I'll get back to my burger. Oh, actually, maybe this won't come up. I might need to reset it here. Are we seeing the MGS logo? I think you guys are just seeing a black screen, right? This is so weird. Yeah, you're just seeing a black screen? Okay, hold on, hold on. Okay, now we should be good. Music box, thank you.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Sweet, let's do it. It begins again. Music box, thank you for all the gift subs. I think I have a few more people to thank as well. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see. Martian, thank you for gifting a sub to Dr. Mav. Bob the Teapot Man, thank you for the 5. Solid Stranger, thank you for the 42. Martian with the gifted sub to Shadow Cloud as well. Wexford with the 58. Dalton Galloway with the 200 bits. Anyone else I might have missed along the way? It's really weird how gift packs don't appear in the Stream Elements activity feed. Let me just go to the dashboard. Bum bum baka chicka chi chicka bum bum. Okay. We will change quick change to previous just so we can do some fancy strats. This is a new little mechanic that they added to MGS2, where when you unequip your weapon, instead of just unequipping it, you will equip what you had equipped previously, allowing you to switch quickly back and forth between multiple items and weapons. It's just a cool little thing. Normally, it would be just a bit too confusing on a first playthrough, but it's kind of fun to fuck around with when you get good at the game. Let's go for new game. Tanker Plant. We'll go for Extreme instead of Euro Extreme. Radar 2. Not game over on site, just so we can show more extras. If you play on European Extreme and game over on site, you miss out on bits and pieces here and there. And I think the game is just balanced better as well. Especially when you get to the end, when you get to the Tengus. Oh yeah, the tags. I think we'll go for 2002 tags so we can try and find the David O dog tag, the Major Zero dog tag. 2001 is Sons of Liberty, 2002 is Substance. Different versions on different dog tag. Different names on the different versions. Back in the day, you could enter a competition to get your name in the game. The majority of the dog tag names you see in the game are from fans. They're just the names of fans. But some of them are also developer dog tags. We'll talk more about this when we get into the game. Let's go for 2002 tags this time. Substance tags.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
participate on schedule. You'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at their mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake? Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. Ka-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the Ka-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
All right. Hold on a second here. How is the audio, by the way, chat? Am I getting drowned out by the game now, or how is it? I like to be a little bit louder than the game. Yeah, I thought the HD collection is very, very loud. Just a tad. I'll drop it down a little bit. Okay, now we should be good. Man, it's crazy what they do with the sound design in that opening scene. Again, I was just really listening carefully to all of the different water sounds, splash sounds. It's quite impressive. Like, you'll see a little splash over on the left side of the screen, and you'll hear it faintly in the left channel coming through your, coming into your left ear. I've a pretty decent pair of headphones on. And then you'll see another one up on the right side of the screen, and you'll hear it through the right channel. And the way they mix the volume, depending on the size of the splash, it's so specific. And then just all the different kinds of sounds. There's one shot that I think only lasts for like 3 seconds. where you can hear just a completely different kind of raindrop sound effect, like it's dropping on a hard surface. Kind of sounds like the sound of rain on a tin shed or something, you know, on a different kind of texture. So there's so much attention to detail going on with the sound design in that opening scene. It's hard to just, it's very easy to ignore it, or it's easy not to pay attention to it, to miss it. You know, if you're just listening to the scene as a whole. But if you actually stop and pay attention to all the little individual sound effects, there's a lot going on. And visually now, when we get into the game, lots of different water effects as well. Obviously, the water falling on the surfaces, splashes up against the tanker, the rain on the camera, even little effects like the 2D texture on the little windows up here. Every now and then you'll see a few splashes come over the top there, right above that guard. You don't see them all the time there. See, look, a couple of splashes. The lightning flashes, the occasional lightning flashes. Love how rare the lightning can be as well. Sometimes you wait for a few minutes and you won't get anything. The characters have mouths now as well. Yeah, this game was just a crazy technological evolution. And a crazy technological marvel for its time. Right here we have Discovery, which is the name given to the tanker, the exact same name that's given to the sub in MGS1. But there's only that one line of dialogue that refers to it if you do all the VR training before playing the game, where Snake talks about how he was prepared for the mission thanks to the VR training he did on board the Discovery. I always wondered if that was partly why they gave it this same name again in MGS2. Because later on, you know, we have the whole mystery about Raiden's VR and what was VR and what was real. Was the tanker Raiden's VR and all that stuff. It started out just as a reference to 2001, A Space Odyssey. That's what it's referencing in MGS1. That's where they got the name from initially. Just wanted to trigger the little scene here. The wind changes direction as well. Yeah, yeah. Uh-oh. How far is he going to come up here? Yeah, right up to where I was standing. And now he's going to go back around. Love the splash effects here for the footsteps as well. They look great. Love the unique running animation up the stairs as well. Oof. Now, when we go underneath here, the rain will fade and we'll just get that fog passing over, that mist. Normally you have to stay outside for a while to catch a cold, yeah. But if you're playing on the highest difficulties, you will just start the game with a cold. Although think you still need to go inside before Snake will start sneezing. Will he ever start sneezing outside? I'm not sure if he will. I think maybe you have to wait until you go inside, and then that's when he'll start sneezing. Yeah, and I think on Extreme, maybe it's only European Extreme, or he will start the game with a cold, but I think on Extreme as well, he starts the game with a cold. Over here, we can get some Pentazemin.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer rounds. A direct hit will knock the target unconscious. Think of those rounds as tiny syringes. The impact of the round causes the mixing of two chemicals in the shell. The resulting gas compresses a tiny piston and injects the tranquilizer in the bullet's tip into the target's skin. The tranquilizer's effects are felt at different times depending on where the bullet lands. A head or heart shot will take effect immediately, but a round that hits somewhere like feet or hands will take a while. Use the first-person view attack for maximum accuracy. The gun is fitted with a suppressor, so there's no need to worry about alerting the enemy with the noise. But since it is a tranquilizer gun, the M9 has its limitations. All it can do is knock the enemy unconscious. Keep that in mind.
Average size tarp, thank you for the 36. Matty, thank you for the 39. And Mick, thank you for the raid.
You have pentazamine in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Pentazamine is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
So, this is kind of funny. Of course, on the tanker, you never get a PSG one. So, we can never use the Pentazemin in its usual way. However, if you notice, the screen is moving up and down. See how the camera is moving up and down? Which would be a cause for seasickness. And if we take the Pentazemin, like Otacon said, it stops.
Otacon, I took the Pentazemin and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
So there you have it. Yeah, that's all the that's the only use that it has on the tanker. You never really use it for a gameplay purpose. Of course, Otacon suggests that, oh, you know, you just don't have a sniper rifle yet. Just another part of the bait that is the tanker. It's kind of funny how the dialogue there ties into the game's themes as well, you know. What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is.
Freeze.
Huh?
They'll reference this call later as well with Raiden. When you equip the Pentazemin with Raiden and call Snake, Snake will allude back to this call with Otacon. So you'll see that much later on in the game. Actually, hold on. Let's go all the way up top. If you take the Pentasmin again after the call, will it stop working? Ooh, that's a good question, actually, right after... No, I'm pretty sure it'll work again. Pretty sure it keeps working. Yeah, it does. That would have been interesting, though, if you do that call. Once Snake learns the truth, it no longer works. That would have been cool. Does it work if you take it before the call? It does, yeah.
Freeze. Move!
Mo! Let's try and just kick him off here. Oh, God. What a mess. Don't think I've ever kicked him off on this side. Nothing too dramatic. So right now there's a cipher out there somewhere taking photographs of us. Later on in the game we get a scene where Snake is explaining the tanker incident to Raiden and what happened. And during that scene they show you photographs that were put online. Images of Snake caught in the act during the tanker incident. And those pictures will actually be things that you have done here on the tanker. So later on we should see a picture of me kicking that guy over the rail. It's impossible to see any cipher here. I think, anyway. But, yeah, there's a cipher out there taking pictures of us. And we'll see those photographs later. Another thing as well, if we... Well, let's go and take out this guy again. Ooh. Taking out his binoculars, gets that extra long cone.
Freeze.
There are only a couple of things you can do here that get taken as photographs. Punching that guy over the rail is one of them. Also, throwing a guy overboard here will also be another photograph. Alright, that should be one photograph later on. Oh yeah, there's that dead guy. Bandages.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
So, when you're holding up guards, some of them will obey your command immediately and they'll start shaking. But some of them are badasses, like this guy. And the badasses in the game, they are all developers. When you get them to shake and they drop their dog tag, it'll always be a developer dog tag. All the wimps in the game are the fans, and all the badasses are the developers. And there's no way of making that guy shake right now because you need a lethal weapon. You need to scare them with a lethal shot. There's no way to scare him right now.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed, fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
How does he know you don't have a lethal weapon? Well, it's not just about having a lethal weapon. You have to show it to them and shoot it at them. Otherwise, they won't cough up their dog tag. It's not just them knowing that you have a lethal weapon. You don't have to shoot them with the weapon. You can just shoot it off into the distance, and that'll be enough to scare them. Shoot it near them. Shoot it past their head or past their body. That'll be enough.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
Do you have to shoot if it's the... I don't even remember trying to hold people up with the grenade launcher. But I don't know. Maybe we'll try it when we get to the plant. But yeah, I doubt they'll just start shaking if you point a grenade launcher at them. You probably do still have to scare them. You probably do still have to fire something. Niall with the 111 months. Thank you very much.
You want to save, Snake? Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
I don't think you can hold people up with the Stinger. This is the HD collection. Pretty sure the audio is still fucked on the Master Collection, so we'll stick with the HD collection for now. Okay, how about we finally go inside? Ga-ba-da-lump-bump-ba-doo. Yeah, there's the sneeze. Yeah, I don't think he'll ever sneeze in the first area. You have to move into the next area before the cold gets triggered. Will he pull this out again? No. Love the little pool of water in here. He's coming back already. He's gonna see these footsteps. Yeah. Where are you going?
Freeze.
Alexandra Rattay. A bottle of bumpadoo. Just gonna put him in here for now.
Time to save?
I'm not doing all dog tags, no.
Oh.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
Classic. Another one we can do here if we just stop and stare at the picture.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Ooh, more M9 ammo, nice. Gabalampadump. Yeah, we're on extreme, so it's actually going to take them a while to wake up. On European extreme, it's like 40 seconds before they wake up. Oh yeah, now I remember how to do it. You can lean them up against a wall. Kick them. Nah, I don't think he's up high enough. Ah! Go! Of course, when we get the coolant later, that'll be another easy way of waking them up. Just spray them. And another thing we can do with this poster is a careful tap in the right spot.
Move!
And just another quick look.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to Deck A, port side.
Move!
Oh, they're just getting distracted by the same one again. I forgot that I had to close that one. Hold on, I'm not finished here.
Return to your positions. Increase security.
It's not over yet.
Understood. Search team to Deck A, port side.
Move!
I love how they do a different thing with that poster as well. You know, they don't just do the same thing. With that second one, it's only the one guy that notices at first. And then the second guy realizes that the other guy is looking at something, and his exclamation mark goes off. He's like, huh, what are you looking at? And then they both look at it, and then both of their exclamation marks go off together. With the other poster, they both notice at the same time. They both see the poster.
Understood. Search team to Deck A, port side.
Ba-da-lam-ba-dum. So, this introduces us to another cool new system in MGS2, these clearing sequences. These fancy new evasion sequences. We'll get another few unique ones throughout the game as well. They're often kind of semi-scripted like that, and they'll change depending on your hiding position. I'm just gonna let this caution die down, may as well.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Yeah, if you have no poster to distract them here, and you hide in here, maybe there's an RNG chance of them checking there. I know in certain areas it's just random. You know, sometimes you'll get away hiding in a certain spot, sometimes you won't. I was gonna let him see me.
Freeze.
Pop. Let's save again.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second. Okay, there's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
So Otacon has a lot of these ridiculous calls, and they get crazier and crazier the more you do. Normally you would have no reason to save this many times on the tanker, but if you do deliberately save as much as possible, these save calls go on for quite a while and they get pretty wild. And then at the very end, you get a special guest appearance from Mei Ling when you get to the final 2 calls. But we won't be seeing that for another while. Apaka chaka paka. Hello there. So here we have these 2 guys. Love the pop-out shots. So lots of little things to interact with in this room. It's like a little tech demo, this one room here. We can go over and check out the TV.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise, and maybe give a little presentation.
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs. Snake, how long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission!
Okay, okay. We can also shoot the TV. Of the sound effect. One more guard in this area, this guy. Covered in flies.
Freeze!
No!
Yeah, he likes to pass out every now and then.
Please don't.
Patrick F. Coley.
Please don't.
He has something else. A ration. Oh, and I just picked it up automatically.
Please don't.
Yeah, and now I'm covered in flies, because that's what the flies were attracted to. Oh, he has 2 rations.
Freeze!
I guess the second one wasn't rotten. But yeah, now these flies will follow me around. They don't really alter the gameplay in any way, unfortunately. But still a cool little detail. It doesn't make you more smellable or anything. Can also interact with the little plants here. Kick over the magazines. One thing I like about this as well is that none of this respawns. When we come back here much later, this room is still going to be a complete mess the way we left it. Love how you can flip them over with your M9 as well. Sports. Of course, over here we have the infamous ice cubes. Infamous melting ice cubes. Which will gradually shrink. Here. Shame it doesn't leave any water residue. The bottles here are fancy too. Where if you shoot them at the top, they actually break at the top. Shoot it at the bottom, breaks at the bottom. Not even MGS4's bottles can match this tech. So yeah, really just a big tech demo of an area here. Ice cubes are still shrinking. A battle lump bump doo. Those guys are going to be waking up any second. They're gone. Good. Of course, another thing we can do here is break the glass. So many little things here. One more. unique sound effects when you walk on the glass here, just on this one little spot. Wadu. And now more fancy PS2 technology. Shadows.
Freeze.
You can spot a guard by seeing their shadow. And they can spot you if they see your shadow before seeing your body. But unfortunately, they can only do that, I think, in one area in the game. They introduce shadows here like they're going to be a big deal, but... well, maybe not like they're going to be a big deal, but...
Don't kill me.
They introduced the shadows here. But they're really not so relevant for most of the game. I wonder if they originally planned to do more with the shadows in this, like have them factor into gameplay more. Because it's pretty cool. At the bottom of Strut A, on the plant, the very first area in Strut A, guards can spot your shadow. You know, where they don't see your body, but they do see your shadow, and that will lead them to you. But I'm pretty sure that's the only area in the whole game where an enemy can spot your shadow before spotting you. You know, where they'll go into their caution state and they'll walk up to you. They'll walk up to where the shadow is. I think that's the only area in the game where they can do that. The vamp fight plays around with shadows in a cool way. How you can remove one of his attacks by taking out all the lights in the area. Because if you leave the lights and it's possible to cast a shadow, he can freeze your entire body. With his, you know, with that move that he has. Where he throws a special knife on your shadow and keeps you locked down. But yeah, for the most part, the game doesn't really do much with enemy shadows. Oh yeah, of course, the Raven bait. They play around with the shadows for that. And obviously it's nice just to have shadows in the environment and whatnot, but just, I mean, just gameplay-wise, you know? When it comes to interacting with guards and enemies, they don't really factor in that much. You gonna come all the way down here?
Freeze.
Akito Oshima. Love the simplicity of the tanker. You can distract him with that bell. We'll do that when we come back down.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... Hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
The Patriots trying to artificially recreate MGS1. What do genes have to do with nature and order? I thought loads of people bought those pre-ripped jeans anyway. I remember growing up seeing people wear those. The unrealistic but perfectly geometric pieces of glass it falls apart into when the panel smashes are so satisfying. Yeah, I love the sound for that, Dave. I guess the visual as well, but just the sound as it cracks apart. Still do? Yeah, are they still selling those pre-ripped jeans? They probably are, right? I don't know what Otacon is talking about. Maybe they never sold them in Japan. Maybe they didn't do so well over in Japan. A battle-loom. Ba 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 ba.
Time to save?
Hey, what's up, Apache? Mantis with the 66, thank you.
Hey, Snake. What's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time. Get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this room. Ooh. I'm probably gonna get my ass seen here. Oh, you go all the way down. Oh god, okay. I thought maybe he was gonna fall into the fucking lasers.
Be careful. He's still in this area. Understood. Backup squad to take the guard at the galley area.
Ah! I want to get into that room. Yeah.
Encounter the enemy. Request back.
How? Okay, I guess it makes sense that he saw me from back there. Damn, I'm not used to the clearing sequence here. I kind of want to see that again. What? Did he lose me? You saw me underneath the fucking thing, man. All right.
Understood. Backup squad to deck D. Guard the galley area.
A new guard should come into this area. We might have to wait a little bit longer now that I triggered an alert. But coming into this room is the trigger for another guy appearing in this area, usually. Maybe it'll change now because I got an alert. Kind of curious as to how that clearing sequence goes. And where you can find a legit place to hide. I guess maybe you're just expected to hide in the box for that clearing sequence.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
We might experiment with this. Let's just wait for a bit first and see if this guy comes in here. Hey, what's up, Raguchi? I don't think he's coming in. Oh, wait. I think he's coming. Is he coming? Yeah, I think this is him. I think I just had to move a little bit. Yeah, here he is. Yeah, notices that I've been fucking with the fruit. Wait, what the hell's going on? Wow, if you fuck with the fruit, he doesn't even stay in the room? No. Is he coming back into the room? He usually does a whole lap of this place. A very slow lap. I don't think he's coming back in. I think I'm going to reset the area. Because I also want to try and do that clearing sequence again. Just to see what happens if you hide in a box.
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
This laggy ass game over screen.
Freeze.
Um... Okay. Wait for this guy to turn first. Yeah, and here comes our guy up the stairs. Okay, this time we won't interfere with him at all. That's cool, though. I didn't realize shooting the fruit fucked with his pattern like that. Ba-da-lum-ba-bum-ba-bum. So now when he gets up to this point, he has another yawn. Now he'll fall asleep. Now he'll walk down there. And when he gets over here, he almost passes out. And that's all there really is to this guy, but I just thought I would show it because it's kind of unique. Just this extremely tired guard who yawns and sleeps and passes out. And then I guess he just goes back downstairs. It's interesting when the door closes, I lose my ability to really see the full map. Yeah, he just goes back downstairs. Now I'm going to get caught on purpose because I want to see what this evasion sequence is like. This clearing sequence.
Who's there? Enemy sight. Requesting backup units.
Stop.
Snake, get yourself out of sight now. Enemy search parties are on the way. It's a clearing. These aren't sentries you're dealing with. They're searching for you, and they know you don't want to be found. You can't make some feeble attempt at concealment. Make sure you're completely hidden in some place they wouldn't think of searching.
No way! Holy shit, he just fucking unloads on the cardboard box. Oh, from over there? Don't you dare.
Clear.
Return to your positions.
Nice. You know, that actually...
Squad to deck team. Guard the galley area.
That's very reminiscent of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. That's what they do during evasion sequences in MG2. They'll just shoot a few rounds at the box. If there's no movement, they'll just keep going along their way. Almost feels like a Metal Gear 2 mechanic. That's cool. More bottles here. Gabadalampa-bum. Okay, now what the fuck am I gonna do? Give me some more of your proverbs, Otacon. They might help me.
You want to save, Snake?
No, I don't think I'm lucky. I would say just the opposite. I would imagine that's a very scripted thing that happens. The clearing sequences are usually quite scripted. I'd say as long as you... I feel like that's exactly what they wanted me to do there, because that's where you find your first cardboard box. And they saw me when I hid in, like, the traditional hiding spot in that room, when I went underneath the thing. Underneath that set of shelves, they saw me under there. And the guy saw the box as well. But with the box, he didn't trigger an alert. He just shot a few rounds at it.
The Chinese have a saying, those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help, otherwise you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept. So make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh.
You coming in here? No. It's fucking crowded out there. Jesus.
Stay alert.
You're gonna turn back around. I'm not sure when the safe spot is here.
Freeze.
Ha!
What's that?
Yeah. Wow! I thought maybe if I was fast enough. No, you don't have anything. I'm gonna cheese it. We were both racing for the same spot there. Sorry. I hope I didn't scare you too much with my scream. Oh, he's still coming around because the guy is still there, right?
Freeze.
Mo! Oops. Oh, that really felt like a headshot. Whatever.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
So here we can shoot the ketchup. This bloody ketchup. Love the salt as well. The salt just goes poof.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
The ketchup is made of glass? No, the ketchup is inside a glass bottle.
Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up. Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry, he'll call in reinforcements and there will be an attack. Even you're no match for that level of organized assault. They have better weapons too, remember? We aren't terrorists, okay? Avoid unnecessary confrontations and go for total stealth, all right? According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was that Was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on. As soon as you're spotted by an enemy soldier, he'll call for backup on his radio.
Not in a million years.
Yeah, no way I'm listening to all that.
Push the action button.
Not in a million years.
If it's about waste,
Give me the story call, please. No tutorials.
the Metal Gear that the
Thank you.
tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
So pretty cool. Here we get the first mention of the Patriots in an optional call, no less.
Change to first-person view.
Right.
When you're flattened against
That can't be right.
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life.
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
So it is the Kasatka. Russian choppers.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
Huh? Who was that?
There's something about that soldier who was standing outside the infrastructure. I think you should check it out. Use the hatch on the port side of the infrastructure to get out onto the navigational deck. That's where you need to go. So that's the Ka-60 Kasatka, a multi-purpose military helicopter built by Kamov, the Russian aerospace firm. It adapts to a variety of missions: troop and weapons transport, medevac, target marking for attack choppers, even all-weather surveillance missions. It uses Fenestron-type tail rotors. That's what makes the distinct rotor sound that you picked up. It is a Russian helicopter, but we can't be sure that the hijackers are Russian military. After all, Kamov did make a civilian version, the Ka-62. And there's also the Ka-64, the export model.
How do you not get bored playing MGS? No, I don't always play MGS. I was playing like 4 or 5 other games throughout the month. I haven't played MGS since like this time last month. Don't think I've played in a month.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
Would be nice if you would read the message fully before answering prematurely. How do you not get bored from playing the same games 24/7 for years? I just told you that I was playing 4 or 5 other games throughout this month, and that I haven't played MGS since this time last month. How does that demonstrate to you that I didn't read your question? Every time this channel is online, it's MGS. Well, now you're kind of veering away from your initial comment. From your initial question. So I think maybe you should go back and read your question again. Because it seems like maybe you forgot what you asked initially. Okay, let's just get rid of this guy. Hold on. Actually, I kind of feel like scrolling up. Yeah, I'm just seeing a lot of garbage from this guy going back to like 2018. Alright, man. See you later. Let's see, are we done here with our calls?
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite
I think we already
system.
got this one,
This is a
but we'll go through it
precision
again
instrument
anyway.
we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone.
I figured he was trolling, but I just thought I would respond just in case he was entertaining. But nah, I wasn't really in the mood for his shit.
Push the L2.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a perma ban, by the way. Don't unban. I don't care what the fucking unban request is. So here, if you strafe in first person, you can see Olga outside, but still covering her face so we can't see her properly with the radio. When Snake has his first glimpse of her, he thinks of Meryl. That's what's written in the script for the game. In the notes, beside the dialogue, it says, when Snake sees this woman, he thinks of Meryl. And in Japanese, these parallels go further because they both have the same voice actors as well. Meryl and Olga both have the same VAs. And I think this next scene is supposed to be a contrast to the face-off scene between the two of them in MGS1 outside of the cell. Except where in MGS1 Meryl was a rookie, here both parties are professionals that really know what they're doing. So she's kind of like a twist on Meryl. But yeah, it comes that comes across more easily in Japanese.
Shalashashka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
Who the fuck is this guy? I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
You're a real egotistical woman.
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Indecisive Ninja, thank you for the 38. Oh. Hold on, I'm just thinking about what I want to do here. Yorovich, thank you for the 7. Joe Creek, thank you for the raid. Mantis, thank you for the 66. And I think I'm up to date on everyone else. I'm just going to let her do her thing for a bit.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good.
Bop, bop, bop.
Nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Yeah, now she'll switch her stance. Oh! Whoa! Frames!
You're not stopping us.
I've never seen that happen. I guess she... Oh! She doesn't know where I am. She's doing the multi... She's doing the multi-throw. Cool. I haven't seen that in forever. Oh! Listen to these sounds.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Come on, pose.
What do you think I am, stupid? 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 What do you think I am, stupid?
So that's how she reacts to your camera if you try and take pictures of her.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you
And
think
what's
I am,
nice,
stupid?
what's nice about it is she can't seem to hit you while you're taking pictures. She really gets distracted. Oh!
What do you think I am, stupid?
Another thing we can do here is make her laugh if we do this.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
Hold on, we should get it. Oh!
Stop kidding around. Snake?
What do you think I am, stupid?
Oh man, come on.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Sometimes it can be hard to trigger. There it is.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
One more. Oh, she has to reload. There's another cool detail here if we go over to the side. And lean up against the wall. The music calms down. Because we're out of the action.
Take this!
I wonder can she throw grenades that far actually. Oh!
Take this! Oh!
Nice. Fuck. Come over this way. Come over this way. Oh, bitch! I got her. I got her.
Take...
Ba-doo-doo.
Snake, get rid of that light. You can't see anything with that glare. Shoot it out or you're a sitting duck.
I don't think I can on extreme. Or is that only European extreme?
Snake, she has grenades. You can't stay in one place. Keep moving around and you'll be safer. Snake, you're not the only one with a gun. If you don't take cover, you'll get hurt. Hide behind something. She may be hiding too, but you have a clear shot whenever she decides to attack. Use the first-person view attack.
I think you can on hard. I thought it was just extreme and European extreme where you can't shoot it out. I could be wrong.
Snake, she's shooting from concealment. You should use the first-person view attack. Push the R1 button to change to...
Gotcha. No.
Snake, use...
You do it.
If you use a first...
Selfish.
The handgun's effects vary depending on where you manage to land a shot. Aim for the head for the highest degree of damage. Use the first-person view to take aim.
You do it.
Who is she anyway?
That scout knife had Spetsnaz written all over it, but
Spetsnaz. That's the special ops of the Soviet GRU. So she must be Russian?
who knows? All I'm sure of is that she shoots like a commando.
Be careful. Snake, get rid of that light. You can't see anything with that glare. Shoot it out or you're a sitting duck.
You do it.
Yeah, because it's impossible, Otacon. Not on this difficulty.
Snake, she's shooting from concealment. You should use the first-person view attack.
Take this!
Ah!
Take...
Really wearing her down here.
Take this!
One more shot. Bob, bob, bob.
Take this! Ah!
You're a real egotistical woman.
cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap to lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
You suck!
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Okay. So here's Olga. We get the USP, but it has no ammo, so we can't kill her. Kind of sounds like Hannibal Lecter.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Poor Meryl. Flush down the toilet.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Shut it.
Whatever.
You wouldn't understand. Oh, we didn't get the kiss. You'll know you got the right photograph if he kisses. Yeah, there it is. Is this the only time he kisses? I think usually he just says great, right? I think this is the only time he actually kisses. A little scar. So in the scene beforehand, she was talking on the radio to Gerlukovich about the Semtex, the sensors being set up. And here you can see that's what she was hiding behind here. See the same panels that you have to walk through where the lasers are set up, see? The same panels that are tied to the explosive. It's very easy to miss if you don't carefully look at them. We also see the control boxes here, whatever they are, whatever you call them.
Freeze.
Another guy here.
Are you going to shoot me?
Yes. And over here we can get another cardboard box. A wet box. I never understood the use of the wet box. It doesn't have any special use as far as I know. It's just a damaged cardboard box that probably takes less damage than the other one. Just a box in shitty condition that you can still use as a box.
But of course.
Now we'll take a little trip up here. Thanks for all the bits, guys. I'll thank you on DRK's behalf. And all the way up here we can get some thermals.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember?
No, tell me about these thermals.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay? You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection
equipped
system
with a
to create high-res images
careful,
at 60
it's noisy.
FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
60 FPS in real time. Yeah, and it was, of course, 60 FPS on PS2 as well. Oh, did I miss a big one? Here I like to just stop and watch the skyline, because every now and then it's possible to see a huge bolt of lightning. It's very random though. Sometimes you have to wait for like a couple of minutes before you see a single flash of lightning. Sometimes you'll get them, but they'll just be tiny little bolts. But let's just sit here for a couple of minutes. Of course, it also feels like Raiden foreshadowing, thunder and lightning. Raiden looming in the distance. Come on. Ooh, I think maybe I saw a little flash there. Hey, what's up, big boss? Just be patient. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen! It's gonna happen! Oh! There's a tiny flash. I don't think I even saw a bolt of lightning there, really. Just a flash. I just really like how it feels like a real thunderstorm. Just how inconsistent it is. How long you have to wait sometimes to see a decent flash. To see a decent bolt. Feels so random. All the different sizes that you get, different kinds of flashes. Even the sound that you get after the flash. Oh! So easy to miss them as well. I'm just gonna stay focused on the center here. The lightning chant. I can't remember what that was. Oh, I am Base. Oh, I am Boso. Was that it? I think that's the only chant I remember. Ha! There was another pretty small one. Fuck it, I wasn't paying attention that time. Was that a big one? That was probably another small one, right? Sometimes you can get really big bolts. I don't want any of these little flashes. I want something big. It's gotta be big. Whatever it is, it's gotta be big.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I need to see at least one more. The next time we see one... No, actually, I take that back. I was gonna say the next time we see one, that'll be it. But that was terrible, that one. That was tiny. We're getting lots of very small little ones today. Dog makes me feel old because I don't get any of his references. That was an MGS3 reference, viewer. That was singing. It's gotta be big. Whatever it is, it's gotta be big. The Philosopher's Legacy, huh? Maybe it is real. It's gotta be big. Oh! Again, a little flash of light. No big bolt, though. Yeah, and what if my memes are older than you think? What if my memes are References to really old things. Okay, next time we see one, that's it. I promise. It's really nice just chilling here, though. Great, thank you for the 63. See, I don't want to take my eyes off the screen. What if I miss it? I can't afford to read the chat right now. You know, it feels risky every time I glance down at the chat. Ha! That was a good one. That was a pretty good one. It could be better, but that was a nice one. I'm 32. Okay, I think I'm happy with that, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna get one more just because I'm greedy.
Whatever.
Nice. That was a cool one all the way up there. What do you think, chat? Go back down or wait and watch another lightning bolt? I kind of missed that one because I was looking at the chat. That was good enough. We've gotten some really good ones today. Okay, whatever the next one is, that's it. I swear to God, it's going to be the last one. And I'm not going to look at the chat at all. I'm going to stare at the screen until I see it. Oh, that was so bad. I barely even saw it. Okay, I lied. I'm gonna wait until I see one more. And this time I really promise. Even if it's shit. Even if it's really bad. Because I'm ready for it this time. I'm ready for it to be shit. I'm expecting it to be shit, and anything better is a gift. Anything better than shit is a luxury. But I'll take whatever I can get. Come on. Okay. Okay. I'll take it. Oh, it was still hard to pull myself away. Now, this guard is doing laps here. Okay, I think we're finally free. Let's go back inside. Let's get in out of the cold. There we go. Nice and warm. I mean, it doesn't really feel too warm inside the tanker either, but probably feels better than out there. Oh. We can do a few new calls now with Otacon where they talk about Gerlukovich and the Cypher. Let's see if we can find those calls before we do anything else.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigate...
Right, yeah, we did those earlier.
Snake, Metal Gear is... Move the right... If you have a weapon selected while in corner view... Bodies can be moved to another location by dragging. First, make sure no weapon is selected. I recommend you hide the enemy's body as soon as you take it.
Yeah. It can take a while to trigger these calls.
You can also... The Cypher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall, but I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Cyphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Okay.
Snake, if you
So now I just want to find a call about Gerlukovich.
If your life... Snake, the... Aim the gun. Didn't think Gerlukovich was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CEO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
There we go. Let's continue with Otacon's save calls as well.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Not really, but I do want to listen to you talk shit, Otacon.
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. That's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
All right. Great AH, thank you very much for the 63. Cheers, everyone. Abalo.
Freeze.
Whoop. Big boss run strats. Will we go for the Bad Human special here? Let's see if I can pull it off. Oh, slick. That was almost too good that time. Let's see.
Time to save?
Such a slick strat, shooting the bell and then quickly leaning up against the wall so you're just out of his cone.
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means, that you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it. So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
I always just love listening to him fumble when he's trying to come up with something. Alright, now we're going back down to Deck A. And this place is still just a complete mess from when we were last here.
Raven.
Oh my god. It can't be.
Snake, that shadow, it's
him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step.
You
okay?
don't know whether you're being serious or not? You just toying with me, Snake? Standard with the 5-pack. Thank you very much. Cheers. DFGC with the 7 as well. Thank you. Cheers. Apaka-chaka-cha. And now... Oh. So unfortunately, there's no follow-up call here. Where they talk about the Raven Daw. Originally, there was going to be a call in the game where they spoke about the toys. There was like a real set of toys released for this game. Same with MGS1. I think they were McFarlane toys. That was the brand. And I'm pretty sure this Raven toy is like, you know, almost a replica of that real McFarlane toy. And yeah, that was a call that they cut from the game for some reason. I think you can still find the script for it somewhere. Remember Bad Humans posting about it before? But in Otacon's lab in MGS1, I often forget to show this actually when I play MGS1. But yeah, in Otacon's lab, you can also see those toys there. Maybe DRK pointed it out earlier. Carl, yeah, I probably will check out Mario RPG at some point. You just looked up the Raven toy. He looks too skinny. Does it look a lot like this one? I want to see if I can get him up on his feet again. Ah, I give up.
Good.
So, that first guy dies. The fall kills him. The guy he landed on is just knocked down. Thank God we're not on European Extreme.
Freeze.
I think I can kick this guy over the edge as well. Yeah. And he falls into the abyss down there.
Freeze.
Oh God, I didn't mean to pick you up!
It's the enemy. I need help.
I meant to fucking grab him. I pressed square to grab him, but it prioritized the other guy. That's nasty. Hopefully I'll be safe in my cardboard box here. Kicking guys into the abyss here, I'm not sure if it does count as a kill. We good? Ah!
There was nothing wrong. Everything is all right.
Oh, okay. The support team didn't find any bodies. We good?
Good. Good.
Nice. Have I played FF6? I have, yes. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, another thing we can show here. This is a very strange detail. Raven's still making a mess here. But, see that poster over there? Hold on, where the fuck is it? I can't even see it. Can we see it from here? Yeah, there it is. So, there's another poster there all the way off in the distance. And for some reason, when we shoot this poster, it explodes. and triggers an alert. Yeah, you can only do it once, I think. Ah!
There's somebody there.
Jesus, extreme mode is lenient. Shut up, Raven.
Enemy personnel on board. All units, maximum alert.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
They found that guy that I kicked down there. I feel like being cheeky here for no reason. Ah! Another cool way of getting down here. Hopefully I'm safe in the box. Snipers, thank you for gifting the sub to Proxy. No, don't come all the way down. Oh, wow, that's as far as he goes. King Citrus with the 14, thank you. Does that first wire go all the way across? It does, yes. Well, it depends what you mean by all the way across. It won't take you all the way over to the top floor of the other side, but it will take you to the bottom floor of the other side. Guess I'll take him out there.
There's somebody there.
I'm gonna risk something here. I think I should have time. Oh, you're just gonna go straight for him.
Freeze.
Okay.
Snake, there should be a door into the holds in the northwest section of the engine room. Head west.
Hey, Snipers, thanks for gifting a sub to Short Ass Ribs.
Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too. The reason the ship's drive section is in the aft area is so that more oil tanks can be fitted into the middle part. A shortened propeller axle is another benefit. The simplification of the drive structure means a greater emphasis can be placed on hull strength.
So, yeah, Otacon mentions there that because the engine is so loud, it hampers the enemy's hearing. And that's true, you can make more sound here than you normally can. If you fire off USP rounds, their hearing range won't be as good. You can get away with more using the USP. strut E is a lot like this in on the plant as well. You can make more noise in strut E with your USP.
Freeze.
Don't even think about it. That's a little trick you can do with the box. While they're lifting the box up, if you unequip the box, you can quickly run out and freeze them. Now I think I'm just going to try and kill everyone here.
Freeze.
Wow, that was close. Everyone's getting woken up. Oh my god. What the hell's going on?
There's somebody there.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy. Damn. This guy's putting in work here. Snipers, thank you for gifting a sub to Yuki Shiru. Oh. Oh no, he's...
Situation is normal. All clear.
Okay, he's waking him up. Ah!
The situation is normal. All clear.
Wow, he woke up everyone. What a legend. He completely fucked with my whole plan here, that one guy.
Freeze.
Mo!
Freeze.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna risk something here. I'm just... because the engine is so loud here, I feel like I can probably get away with this. Yeah. Go for a headshot on this guy. Oh, you are so lucky. Yeah, I want to clear out this area completely. Okay. And the reason I want to do this is because we're going to level up our grip gauge. And I don't want anyone interfering while I'm doing this. So the fastest way to level up your grip gauge is to just drop down like this. You can either drop down or do pull-ups. One drop down equates to 10 pull-ups. So you're much faster dropping down if you can find a good spot. And you need to get 100 to level up. And this can be useful for the ray holds, especially if you want to get all the dog tags there. It can be useful in this room as well if you haven't cleared the place out. Didn't know you could level up? Yeah, well, like it says level 1 there, so... Why put level 1 there if there's no level 2? But yeah, there's, on the plants, there's no reason at all to level it up, I don't think.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were worth it. Your grip strength is up.
There we go, and it changes color. Your life also has an effect on your grip gauge. If you have barely any health, it'll go down a lot faster. So it's your health and your level that affects the gauge. Yeah, that's used in VR. Yeah, like I was just saying, Raiden can also level up his grip gauge, but there's not really much of a reason to do it on the plank. I mean, you barely have a reason to do it on the tanker, but on the plank you have even less of a reason. Level 2, yeah, level 2 is the best color. I agree. You'll still get compliments from Rose, though, for leveling up your grip gauge. But gameplay-wise, there's not much of a reason to do it. At least on the tanker, it'll help you get into those areas on the holds. Inside the holds. Okay, we gotta be close now. Indigo Intention with the Prime sub, thank you. Droops with the 102 as well, thank you. There it is, there it is. You don't get any special call for level 3, just for level 2. But there's the level 3 gauge. That's the fastest way of doing it. Ga-ba-da-lum-bum-bo-doo.
Time to save? Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Oh, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
We should do a trophy hunting marathon. Nah, me and DRK, we hate trophies, and we especially hate people who collect trophies. So that won't happen. So now that we have the level 3 gauge, we can go over here. I think it's actually possible to do this with the level 1 gauge if you have a full health bar. Oh, Jesus. Nice. Oh, another thing. Just another little thing. No, I wasn't trying to throw any shade at Knight. I don't think Knight really collects trophies. Now, whenever I always think of Raguchi when I think of trophies. You can also blow up that poster as well, just in case you wanted to know. And if there are guards around, you'll trigger an alert. Is there anything else to level up? No, no. Let me just check something down here.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
I think that's always an insta knockout wherever you take your shot on that guy. Fancy scanner here. Trophy man with the $1 tip. You might hate a trophy run, but OHN has spoken. Also, make sure you shoot Johnny. You can't even see Johnny in this game. You can only hear him. Thank you, Trophy Man. Zero as well, thank you very much for the $10. Clef the Mouse, thank you for the Prime sub. I guess I'll murder this guy. Oh, I missed your face. So here they play a little joke with this poster. If you try and take a picture of it, no matter what you do, Snake will never say it's correct. That's because it's only 1/2 of the picture. See, they're connected. The hand on this side actually belongs to this guy.
Good.
And Otacon finds this absolutely hilarious when we give it to him later on.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
What?
Look at the walls on both sides of the hall.
I see something. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives.
So this is what they were talking about.
Looks like it. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right.
I don't know. I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through. Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives?
Really? Can't be.
That's the control unit for the sensors.
Can't be.
Destroy
No
that,
way.
and the sensors stop functioning.
No
You can't get in
way.
close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out.
Really?
But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick.
No.
Use that gun.
I see.
Okay. So the first one is up here. You can also shoot the bag of flour at the back of the room. That'll highlight the lasers. Of course, you can use the classic method as well, the cigarettes. Thank you.
Snake, that handgun of you.
That's right.
You want to save, Snake? You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
That's the plant chapter.
Verrazano Bridge checkpoint passed.
Love the atmosphere in here.
All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Uh-oh.
What? Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Classic. Ugh.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
I think that was one of the little things that I actually did trigger on my first playthrough of the game. Now this guy rocking out.
Freeze.
Gotta be careful with this guy. He's asleep here, but like most of the guards that sleep standing up in this game, they wake up. They wake. Ah! Yeah, they wake up. I didn't think he'd see me from that angle. I thought I was just out of his view. Oh my god! I'm shooting both of them there! We good? It's kind of fun anyway, getting into shootouts in the hallway here. Is there anyone still here? I guess there has to be if we're still in a caution, right? Ga-ba-da-dum-ba-dum. I guess that guy that went down here. Is there anyone here? Oh yeah, I guess in this a caution will still trigger even if there's no one in the area. An alert will still go back to a caution. Huh. Curinder with the 106. Thank you. I feel like I haven't seen that name in a while. Cheers, man. Here we can get some more ammo for our M9.
Do you want to save, Snake? Do you know the saying, Those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league. That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
We have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Let's do it. Oh! Nice. Oh. Very nice.
Who goes there? Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the...
I was known and feared as Chad. The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed.
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
All right.
We initiated development.
So, first thing we're going to do is,
Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure
with our
to the
fancy new level 3 grip gauge,
pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
we're going to go all the way over here.
With Ray, the hundreds
With
if not
Ray.
thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe...
So those
knows
of you
the
who are deeply
specifications for
familiar
Metal
with
Gear.
MGS3 and MGS lore, you might not have seen this little detail with this guy. At least I think it's this guy. Maybe it's not this guy.
Freeze.
Worse yet,
I've never actually done this before, but I think this guy on 2002 dog tags has a pretty interesting name.
so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
David
The
O.
world is about to see a swarm of...
David O. Major Zero. Major Zero's real name. Appearing for the first time in MGS2. But only if you pick the 2002 dog tags, which were the dog tags that released with the Substance version of the game. And they probably had, you know, some early plans for MGS3 in mind when Substance was being released. So yeah, interesting. Interesting that they put his name here. I always thought all the tags went to... I thought they were all fan names. And I think they are on the 2001, in Sons of Liberty. You know, the regular guys are all fans and the hard asses are all developers. And I think all the hard asses in the Substance release, I think they are also all developers. And I think the other people are mostly fans. Maybe it's a coincidence and this is also a fan name that just happens to be Zero's name. Or maybe they named Zero after this guy. Maybe they liked the name David O. and they decided to name Zero after this one random fan who got his name on a dog tag in MGS2. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Imagine if Zero was just named after a random fan because they liked his name. Just one of the guys that entered in the competition for the dog tags. I have a feeling that might be what it is. Because it's kind of weird just to have Zero's name on a fucking dog tag here, right?
Derivatives. Some say that
But yeah, interesting little detail.
Some say that the strategic...
And for those of you that don't know, back in the day when Konami were making MGS2, they had a competition that everyone could enter to get your name on the dog tags in the game. And that's where all the names come from. They're all fan names. Apart from the badasses. They're all developers. All the badass guards that don't want to shake down, that you have to intimidate first, all of their tags are named after developers.
The importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of RAID. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Okay, we're gonna go back.
Not to mention interference from a major player.
Ah! Wow, he woke up already. Damn you, David O.
Snake, respond. Snake? Snake!
Ba ba ba.
We initiated development.
A Kylo Ren with the 7. Thank you very much. Where is Bad Humans? I haven't seen him at all yet during this marathon. Has he been around?
Metal Gear.
I hope he hasn't abandoned us.
RAID as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces.
Let's
The only
see.
thing that can stand up to
Let's
a Metal
take him
Gear is,
out.
of course, another Metal Gear. With RAID, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our RAID that will accomplish this.
He's sorting out his ant problem. I hope he got that sorted out.
Knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
There's a cool detail with this
They're all working on
projector.
deploying their own Metal
See
Gear
how
forces
the light
to the
ascends
US 's
like that?
nuclear strike capability. The world is about
Normally,
to
if
see
you
a
walk
swarm
across
of
the
these
projector,
Metal Gear derivatives.
you get caught, right? Your shadow gets cast up on the
Some
screen.
say that the
But you can actually run underneath it as long as you get right up close
completion of
here.
RAID. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact.
because you're just about underneath it.
Navy brass, especially those with submarine and
You can also get fancy with the cardboard box here.
background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project
That's
is
how some
vital
people
to
do
the
it.
Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think.
Or you can just simply crawl underneath if you want to be really boring.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force would think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray.
And here we'll try and find a picture of Kojima. There he is.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world.
This is kind of bugged on the HD collection. Sometimes Snake will acknowledge it, but it's very rare. Usually it doesn't get counted as a legit photograph.
And we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Hey, put that back on! One of the greatest.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons.
Alright.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course,
Another Metal Gear. With Ray.
With Ray, the hundreds,
No.
if not thousands of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states.
Do I think I could recite this? You know, probably not, actually.
Their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives.
I love what they do with the sound here. Just very subtle. When you're inside this little room, the sound gets dampened.
Some say that the
And then when the door opens,
aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air backgrounds.
if we call Otacon after this little stretch of dialogue where he talks about the Navy, Otacon will react to what he's saying here. It's another cool little thing that's very easy to miss.
Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
So we'll call Otacon now. He'll have a few other things to say first, but he will then eventually comment on what he's been talking about.
Snake, the tanker's holds are...
Yeah. And all this stuff with the Navy is obviously foreshadowing Arsenal Gear, which is classed as a Navy project, the Patriot's own Metal Gear project, which is what they're alluding to here.
Snake, take those pictures. You absolutely can't let anyone see you in there. There are too many... The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
There we go. And there's another really crazy detail here. If we keep going back and forth
This weapon will render all.
between these two areas,
This weapon will render all.
or any two areas here,
This weapon will render all. This weapon will render all.
this weapon will render. He'll keep saying this
This weapon will render all.
until it gets to a certain point.
This weapon will render all. This weapon will render all. This weapon will render all. Don't stay on the same ground. You're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
You sure you're talking to the Marines there, Scott Dolph? The call out.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears.
And then he goes back to it.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean...
There's another nice detail here too. If we just stop for a few minutes and listen to the speech while looking at the projector. When we get a couple of minutes into the speech here, you can actually see the Gorlukovich soldiers run in on the walkway. If you look at the projector.
The Marine Corps will play a central role in its military affairs.
You'll see them grab one of the Marines as well.
Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation.
I think it's possible to see Ocelot here as well, but it's really awkward how you get to see him. I know Bad Humans was doing a lot of research into it a while back. But yeah, technically I think it is possible to see Ocelot at some point here too.
Such a policy are attempting to derail...
But it's also very easy to miss, because I think sometimes he shows up while it's switching from screen to screen or something like that.
Their own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her...
No, I don't think that's the reason why, but I forget.
...or her children.
I'll have to ask Mr. Humans next time he shows up.
As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. You must be Terrence. Let's go.
Okay, now we'll just get in the box to be safe here.
Right. Front. Down. Right. Front. Left. Down. Let's continue. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline.
If they stretch while you're right under the vent, can they see you if he gets them to look down? You know, I can't remember.
Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever crawled under while they were stretching.
Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more
Yeah, I
different
think
in
we'll
nature
see
from
the
Navy.
Gorlukovich soldiers
Theirs is a
soon.
program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire
One of these
nuclear
next shots
proliferation.
coming up. Keep your eyes peeled.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced
Here it
nuclear
comes, I
defense
think.
capability.
Yeah, look up at
Any
that
of the
walkway.
technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and
There they
rid
are.
our country of these corrupting
But then it
forces.
cut.
That is our mission. You
There they are,
bear it
look.
in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path.
I think sometimes you can see them grab a guy as well.
This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
What? The box? Oh, you're not even just allowed to see a box here?
To move on,
Okay, we'll get away with it. We'll get away with it.
this exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight.
Freeze.
Fuck you.
We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the right! Intruder to the left! Intruder in the back!
Has anyone noticed him? I don't think they have.
Intruder to the right! Should that actually happen, I expect you to be prepared. We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times.
Okay, let's go down.
Getting back to the top of the head. Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to render agreements like the NVC and
forget about it.
Trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further
Yeah, so I guess if you're right underneath here while they're looking down, you know, when he's ordering them to look down, he'll see you here.
race is about to slide back into the endless
Oh, yeah,
arms
of
race
course.
of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot.
I thought maybe he was further back from the grating there, but no, he's like right above it.
By tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next-generation technology such as C4ISR and RMA in battle security.
Loads of time, don't worry. 8 seconds is more than enough.
We're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. The brain drain of nuclear substances.
I've never heard a trigger early like that. I'm on a roll here. Yeah, so you get an extra 3 minutes at the end if you wait for the timer to run down. The cool thing is as well, he'll talk about some new shit as well that you can only hear if you wait for the timer to run down.
Once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine.
And if we take this path especially,
Bring other Metal Gears under control, and
we can
ensure
see
that
something
we
pretty
never
unique here.
know that here again. We, the Marines,
Look who it is.
will be the guardians of this peace. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert.
He's gone.
We cannot risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its
It's a ghost.
completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions.
Freeze.
Trust me. Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the enemy.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Oh, yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Tadil J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format, and the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
I love this call.
No. Once was enough.
I love the specifics. All right. Let's press the action button.
Concept.
Monolith MGX kernel 6.2.38. Now we have all these login attempts. Scott. I'm in. Policenaut Scott. Slash sprite. I guess that's supposed to be him loading in the sprite or something.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first image is... Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. What's next? This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need. I'll just make a backup of this one.
Oh, that really got me that time.
The next image is... Don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again?
Possessed by an arm, you say, perhaps?
Next up is... Yeah! Another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something.
The little ghost animation is great.
And the next one is... More of these? Is that all you think about? Hey, what you like is your business. Just get those Metal Gear pictures. I'll just make a backup of this one. The last one is... So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now. We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Usually he'll comment on that being Olga, that picture. But maybe if it's the second picture of a woman, it changes. I think that must be it.
We've lowered Start 3 ceiling for tactical nuclear weapons in order to bring Russia to the ABM treaty.
Okay, I'm receiving the images. Okay, first up. Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? The next image is... the Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Okay, we're done with the image from the right. 3 left to go. 1 each from the front left and front, and a close-up of the Marines lettering. Good luck.
So Otacon is the one who cleans up Snake's room and decorates it.
Everyone believed the world was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened.
Okay.
Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official proof, everyone in the international military community knows the facts. Its specs spread across the globe like wildfire. And the nuclear race is on again. The only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear Ray. The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion.
Oh, you're gonna fucking...
However, the NMD trial conducted in the year 2000 was a complete failure, and the success of the 1999 trials is now considered a chance happening.
Freeze.
Whoa!
Let's stretch those neck muscles again.
Yeah, let's stretch those neck muscles! Strike! Strike! Oh my god! Wait, I think there was one guy. I think there was one guy standing at the back. I pulled a muscle in my leg there. I got so excited. Oh my god, my fucking leg.
Left. Getting back to the topic at hand. There was no technological solution in sight, and the program was already attracting strong criticism from Russia and China for its potential violation of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Agreement. The fact that any development in missile defense would trigger accelerated weapons development has been pointed out from the very beginning.
Wow, did that only get the back line?
President Xi forced the NMD proposal through and succeeded in deploying the program. Some say that it was a military interest, with plans for the $100 billion program budget that actually arranged the legislative approval. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Huh? Stop! Freeze!
Here you go, dog. What do you mean here you go? Oh, is that just a clip of the...
Snake, respond. Snake? Snake!
A clip of that almost strike? That was great, though, with the two guys frozen. Yeah, I wanted to do this again anyway. I want to take another picture of Ocelot.
Add Metal Gear to the mix, the result is a renewed proliferation you see. He once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine. This Metal Gear Ray can bring other countries under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace. We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert. We cannot risk jeopardizing...
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? So, what's the last one gonna be? This is great. The Marines lettering shows up really well. We can use the photos of the right and the insignia, but we're still missing one from the front left and the front.
Okay. Yeah, we still need to do a few more save calls.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
I often forget about the save calls once I get into the holds because I'm distracted by all of the other stuff going on.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, "Scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts." You see, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight. Do you want to save, Snake? This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
You'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. As the old saying goes. Okay, now I think the next one should be...
Do you want to save, Snake?
Should be the big one.
Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb, care avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! Ah! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know that Otacon's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake. Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
Love all of Otacon's groans. His whimpers. There's one more.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
All right.
Eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our...
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first one I'm seeing is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? We can use the photos of the rite and the insignia, but we're still missing one from the front left and the front.
I love just sending him this picture by itself.
Ray is well worth all these precautions. Trust me.
Okay, last two.
Your necks must be stiff.
No.
Right now, time for some more stretch.
Ah! I thought I'd be able to make it across in time. Fuck. I just went for it.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
I didn't want to get in the box and wait and, you know. I'm on a roll here.
The brain drain of nuclear specialists from the black market trade of weapons plutonium has been fueling a cottage industry in nuclear weapons since late last century. Add Metal Gear to the mix, the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. You once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine.
Freeze.
This Metal Gear Ray can bring other Metal Gears under control and ensure that we never know that fear again. We, the Marines, will be the guardians of this peace.
Fucking asshole.
We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert. We cannot risk jeopardizing the program on the...
Oh, wait, no, they're still there. Okay.
The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all these precautions.
Anything else I want to do? Don't think so.
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first image is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. The next image is... Okay, this works. It's a great front view. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. And of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Gerlukovich. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Gray? Sell it on the streets? I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Not you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gerlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Gerlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother.
Who the fuck is
no
this
wonder
guy?
Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's arm.
Have what it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
problems. Proceeding as planned, sir. Yes, at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right. All right. We're done with the tanker. Let me thank some people before we get into the plant. AO Piff, thank you very much for the 3 months. Vegan Vinny, thank you very much for the 5. Daniel, or however I pronounce your name, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Music Box with the 16 as well, thank you. And the big tier 3 as well. Wow, thank you very much, Music Box. Oathbreaker with the 124 months. Jesus. Cheers, everyone. Thank you. So, at the start of the plant, there are some interesting details. One thing to point out at the very beginning before we get into the next cutscene, just for people who haven't seen this game a million times. Pay attention to Raiden's voice. For the first few minutes of this next sequence, Raiden has a different code name. He's referred to as Snake for the first few minutes. And then, after a while, his code name is changed from Snake to Raiden. And while Raiden has the code name of Snake, he also acts like Snake and puts on a gruffer sounding voice. And on a first playthrough, or even maybe a second or third playthrough, it's actually easy to miss. Once you hear it, you'll be kind of like, wow, how did I not notice that before? But it's actually easy to miss. And as soon as his code name gets changed from Snake to Raiden, you will instantly hear a change in his voice. And his personality as well kind of subtly changes from that point on. While he has the code name of Snake, he talks as if he's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. And he just kind of has a more confident back and forth with the Colonel. And then when his code name is changed, he becomes the Raiden we know, who is just kind of under the thumb of everyone else. And it's interesting as well, when they change his code name from Snake to Raiden, the first thing Raiden says after that point is that he feels like Snake, that he feels like some kind of legendary mercenary. There are lots of other strange little details as well during this opening, but we'll talk about those when we actually get into the gameplay. But yeah, just keep in mind his voice at the start of this next scene and how it changes when his code name changes.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection. Approximately 6 hours ago, the Big Shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the Big Shell under complete control.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the Big Shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the Big Shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You should know that SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the Big Shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. So, here we are. So, yeah, he changes his code name from Snake to Raiden, and then he immediately says afterwards, I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. I feel like Snake, this character I've just been acting as for the last few minutes. I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. Of course, he tells us all about the VR that he's completed, the 300 missions in VR, and that's why he feels like a legendary mercenary. And later we will learn that he has done a lot of stuff in VR. He's completed the Shadow Moses incident in VR. He's completed the Tanker in VR. He's basically played all of the same games that we have played. It's interesting how in that scene as well, he says, I won't need to use the IR goggles. As if Raiden already has some kind of night vision goggles. Infrared goggles. Which was making me think of the fact that you can get thermal goggles right at the beginning here. He's not supposed to be talking about these thermal goggles, is he? Are these goggles at the start of the game supposed to be his?
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming.
When you're on the surface, you can swim in corresponding directions using the up, down, left, and right movement of the left stick.
Push the punch button to dive down from the surface.
That's what I was thinking, Legion. Do you see him drop those goggles in the water at the start of the scene? See, look, if we go down here, we get another fucking call first.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
But yeah, down here we can find the thermal goggles. I never really thought about that before. I never really paid much attention to that IR goggles line for some reason. Yeah, he's like, he says the lights on the strut are functioning. I won't need to use the IR goggles. Because he comes up and he sees that, everything is well lit. But wouldn't it make more sense for the IR goggles to be night vision goggles? Later on, when we get to the Shell 2 core, actually in the HD collection you don't really need them because it's more well lit than it should be. But before the Emma sequence, that area is supposed to be really dark and an area where you do actually need night vision goggles to swim, to see. I don't know, but could these still be classed as infrared? I don't know. Anyway, it's an interesting line, right? Because it implies that he has goggles. He's just not using them. Right, yeah, I guess that... Yeah, I guess that is what he's talking about then. Those are his goggles, and he just leaves them there. That's interesting. That's a really weird detail. The lights are functioning, so I'm just going to leave the goggles here. Why drop them? Why not just keep them with you anyway? Huh, anyway. Weird. I just never thought about that before for some reason. Cool. Cool. But yeah, I think part of the idea with Raiden's voice change and personality change is that they're trying to reflect what's happening with the player. The player going into the game thinking they are playing as Snake, that Snake is their avatar. And Raiden acting as Snake is there to kind of stand in for that, to represent that. The player thinking they are Snake and then having Snake removed from them. I think that's what's happening there. And then right after the character of Snake is removed from Raiden and he's given his new code name, he immediately starts to talk about all the VR missions, the games that he's played. That he's completed 300 missions in VR. And of course, MGS VR Missions was the game that released in between MGS1 and MGS2 for all the fucking super fans, super MGS1 fans. And Raiden, just like those players, has played all of those VR missions. And he's ready to go. And then later, as we keep playing, we just get more and more parallels between what Raiden has experienced and what the player has experienced. Assuming they have played previous MGS games. Even right up to the tanker, we learn that he's played the tanker in VR. And that dialogue actually changes depending on whether you have played the tanker or not. If you haven't played the tanker, when the Colonel changes Raiden's codename from Snake to Raiden, he will say, "All right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission."
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
If you have already played the tanker, or rather, if you haven't played the tanker, he will say, "All right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission." If you have played the tanker, he will say, "All right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration in VR." Regardless of what you pick, Raiden's VR training is still a big part of his character. But yeah, that's just an interesting little change. If we go up here, I think it's interesting that when Raiden first pops his head above the water, the first thing he looks at is these suits staring down at him. It's kind of a creepy looking shot. Just these empty suits looking down. And if we learn a little bit more about them, it's kind of interesting.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Raiden, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Yeah, I think that's why it stands out as being creepy to me, because the suit is really a metaphor for what's going on here. It's just this empty shell. It's this prop. Something that's unreal. And that's kind of a common theme with this area if you really stop and examine everything. If we look up at this submarine here, the Colonel will have a kind of similar thing to say about this as well.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
It is not operational. It does not pose any threat. And the suits, they look rusted all over, and they doesn't even look like they've been used. It's cool how you can see the reflection on the mirror here. And if we go over here and look at these bugs,
look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
So yeah, everything is sort of prop or unreal in some way. Even the bugs genetically altered and cannot exist naturally, whatever that means. And yeah, if we crawl over the bugs, hold on. There you go. Now you see them crawling all over me. And now, if I look through my items, where my rations should be, I have sea lice, genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accidents. For oil spill accident. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. Remember he said I have to shake my items to get rid of the sea lice? And what he means by that is you have to literally move up and down your items like this. And that's how you shake the sea lice out. A very Metal Gear 2-esque mechanic. Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, I mean. Kind of reminds you of what they do with the snake in that game. The snake that can eat your rations. But yeah, lots of cool stuff to look at in this intro. Lots of interesting little details. I love how you can, you know, examine the suit and the submarine and the bugs. Lots of strange little details in the codec calls. The whole thing with leaving the thermals behind is an interesting little touch. Up here we have, as well, Fat Man's final bomb. See this? There's Fat Man's last bomb. And normally his bombs have a blinking green light. And when we get up to the top of Strut A, we'll be able to see another one of his bombs early, and that one will have a green blinking light on it. This one doesn't, because this one only becomes active when all the other ones go offline. If you remember the story with Fat Man, we trigger this bomb by freezing all of the other bombs up at the top. So yeah, pretty cool little detail here with the bomb being visible right from the start of the game. Well, technically not his last bomb, but you know, for that sequence. Over here we can get a shaver as well. An optional item which we can give to Snake. He'll shave his beard with this. Electric razor, smooth and quick shaving performance. Nothing is left behind. Like a true stealth god. I think it's interesting as well, that call you get from the Colonel where he just tells you to hurry up. You know, I think you should have gotten used to the controls by now. Hurry up. Like, maybe it wouldn't feel so strange if it wasn't for the tanker. But, you know, just to compare it and contrast it with how the game treats you on the tanker. When you're outside at the start of the tanker, Otacon isn't calling you to hurry your ass up or anything like that. And just the kind of the feel that it has in comparison. You know, on the tanker, you're with your boy, Otacon, taking on the world. But like right from the beginning here, I feel like they do a lot to really suppress you, you know, to really put you under the thumb of the Colonel. Everything is so cold and clinical in comparison to how it is on the tanker. Obviously, with the Colonel being an AI, contributes to that, just the way he talks, how robotic and cold he is. You get a very early hint that the Colonel is an AI as well in that opening scene, when he has that line that almost exactly mirrors the dialogue in MGS1, when he says, when we need to contact you, or when we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. That's mirroring a line from the start of MGS1. At the start of MGS1, the Colonel says, when we need to contact you, the codec will beep. And here in MGS2, the Colonel fucks up the dialogue, essentially. He's about to say, when we need to reach you, the codec will beep. But he stops himself halfway through because he realizes he's fucked up the dialogue. He says, when we need to reach you... Oh, wait. Contact you. He's supposed to say contact you, but he says reach you by mistake, and then he corrects himself. So that's why that dialogue is so strange. You know, you would think someone speaking normally wouldn't, you know, who cares if you say reach you instead of contact you? You're communicating the same thing, right? But no, we must stick perfectly to the script. The AI doesn't think that way. The AI needs to go back and correct itself, I guess. Because it needs to follow the MGS1 script. We have a few lockers here. Don't think we have anything in those lockers, no. If you were playing on a lower difficulty, you could find the M9 in these vents. On extreme, I don't think we find anything. Nothing at all. Can't remember the last time I went in here, though. Let's just check again, because it's been a while since I even crawled through here. There are another few interesting calls we can do here before we continue.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the big shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area.
Right.
Yeah. Another thing, another little thing here with the codec screen. You might notice that the bars on the screen are shaped a little differently compared to how they were on the tanker. And it kind of looks like a pistol pointing at Raiden's head. It didn't look like that on the tanker. It had a much more natural, flowing look to it, which mirrors how it looks in MGS1 exactly. But then we get to the plant and suddenly it kind of looks like a pistol.
You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
I love this detail as well. What do you... I love how Raiden doesn't even know his blood has been taken from him. Yet another detail just to add to the artificiality of everything here. What did you do with my own blood? Like, that alone is like, oh damn, man, this... I better do what I'm told here if I want to get my blood back. These people have my blood? Well, I better follow these orders then. Originally, Raiden was going to have white blood in this game as well. He has red blood. Obviously, in MGS4, you see him with the white blood, but the original idea was that he would have white blood here as well, and that would be, you know, tie in nicely with the idea that this is artificial blood that he has. It was also supposed to tie in with Policenauts. For those of you that have played or seen Policenauts, maybe some of you have watched me play it. If you remember the character of Redwood in that game, the Frozener, who has artificial blood. They're kind of like the aliens of Policenauts, with their artificial blood. Yeah, it was supposed to kind of be a callback to that as well. Yeah, the synthetics of Policenauts. They really wanted Raiden to appear as a sort of alien here, with the mask. I remember Shinkawa talking about his white hair as well. I think it was in the making of, to kind of signify like purity or something that's kind of new, untouched. The skull suit as well. Apparently in Japanese, that line about the skull suit is much more ominous. With the way it is in English, he says, you know, oh, skull suit feels appropriate somehow. And apparently in Japanese, it's supposed to be like, yeah, more ominous. I think it was it Shin Lane who brought that up before? Or not Shin Lane, oh, I forget. But yeah, anyway, I think the skull suit in general is again supposed to tie into like a lack of identity, which is what it usually relates to in MGS across the games, going from the MSF logo to Skullface. It's usually there to symbolize something without a specific identity. There are a few other calls we can do here.
Raiden, that door is watertight.
Yeah, I know how to open it. We covered it in VR training.
True. Proceed with caution.
Whiteness relates to candidacy. as in candid, something pure, like a wall waiting to be painted. I like that. Yeah, I like the way you phrased that there. But yeah, something alien, something very new. Something blank, almost. Yeah, again, like something without identity.
Turn the handle to open the door. Face the door and press down.
Suck my balls.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage. Move in close to the enemy when you have no weapon selected. You can throw him with...
Yeah. There's one call in particular I want to look for here.
Move in behind the enemy and...
Move in behind the enemy.
Right. Push the R2...
Oh yeah, by the way, when the Colonel's voice changes dramatically like that, that isn't intentional to highlight the fact that he's an AI. That's just re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. Dialogue where they mention, like, controls. That's generally where you will hear that re-recorded dialogue. And I think that was just for copyright reasons, because they couldn't mention specific controls and shit like that. I'm not really sure, but yeah, they had to re-record that stuff. But it's kind of a happy accident, I think, because it kind of fits with the character. Kind of works in a weird way.
Once you see the codec screen, set the frequency by moving the left stick left and...
Right. When you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options.
There's also re-recorded dialogue in MGS3, and again, it's for the same... You'll see them show up for the same calls whenever they have to mention specific controls. It's just not as obvious in MGS3, but yeah, like a lot of Zero's lines were re-recorded for the tutorial calls.
Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
So, that's a crazy little call, right? Starts off as just a tutorial call, but then it fucking spirals off into some attack from the Colonel. Some jab from the Colonel. But what that call is doing there is it's mirroring, again, a tutorial call that you can get right at the beginning of MGS1, which starts off as a harmless tutorial call, and then Naomi butts in at the end after the Colonel teaches Snake how to distract the enemy, and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds by saying, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." Or I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he says. And now we're getting the MGS2 version of that same tutorial call. But here, I think... I'm still kind of torn on this. But I think it's just the Colonel taking that... You know, kind of like how he fucked up his dialogue earlier. I think this could be, again, the Colonel fucking up the MGS1 script, where he's taking the tutorial dialogue from MGS1, but putting it into a context now where it doesn't really make any sense. But I also wonder if it is maybe kind of supposed to be twisting the dialogue and applying it to his relationship with Rose, having Rose fill the Naomi role here in some way or something like that. And maybe like tying into the life that Raiden is hiding from Rose, that being a part of his deception or something. I'm still not really sure how I feel about that dialogue overall. But yeah, like later on we get very obvious examples of the Colonel taking dialogue from MGS1 and speaking it where there's no context for it at all. Like, you know, when later on the Colonel will deny that the ninja is a part of the Foxhound unit, just randomly for no reason, even though Raiden, you know, hasn't asked him anything about Fox being a part of Foxhound. He'll just be like, no, we have nobody like that in our unit. And it feels really weird, you know, and it's just copying that line from MGS1. But copying it at a point where you don't really have that correct context. So I think maybe that's partially what's happening here, but it also kind of feels to me like maybe it's supposed to be applying to Rose in some way, or Raiden's relationship with Rose. But yeah, crazy how they play off such a random call from the first game. Like even the tutorial calls, they're drawing these crazy parallels between.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gorlukovich man.
Gorlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They've become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
So here we will see Snake fill the Gray Fox role, the other intruder besides me, who's already taken out 3 people, just like Fox in MGS1. He kind of fills a couple of roles here, Gray Fox and Liquid. We see another character go up the elevator before us, just like we did at MGS1. At the start of MGS1, how you see Liquid go up the elevator just as you arrive into the area, into the dock. And now Snake fills that role. And then, later on, we learn from the Colonel that apparently Solid Snake is now the terrorist kingpin.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system. Uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
All right. So if we call the Colonel straight away again here.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So, when you hear this dialogue, you might think, wait, what the hell does he mean here? By level 1 of the VR missions, does he actually mean the dock from MGS1? Because chances are that's what you're mainly going to think of when you see this. You know, the elevator, the forklift. You're probably going to think of the starting area of MGS1 more than anything. But no, it is also, if you look carefully, kind of a half recreation of the level 1 from VR missions as well. The first VR mission. It's kind of like a combination of both areas. If you think of the first VR mission, you start off at the bottom left of the screen. You have an obstruction right here above you. And then you go up, and you also have a little slot here to hide. All of this is straight from level 1 of VR missions. And then you go all the way up to the top, turn right, and your goal is at the top right of the screen. And the goal is also colored blue in VR missions, just like the node. So yeah, this little section here, combined with the node, is what resembles VR missions. Then you have the elevator at the back and the forklift, which is very MGS1, very dock MGS1. And then the rest of this shit, I don't think is supposed to resemble anything. I think all of this stuff is just MGS2 stuff, unless I'm forgetting something.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
I like to theorize that maybe the Colonel is just bullshitting here, lying. And that Raiden is like dead on when he's like, but these are fucking black market Russian weapons. How could they be equipped with identification functionality? I think Raiden is like right on the money there. And apparently it's the exact same for the SEALs gear as well. I think that the Colonel might be saying this just because this is a simulation that's designed to go down a certain way. And that Raiden is, you know, he has to mirror MGS1. This is OSP. He needs to pick up weapons that have been laid out for him. Specifically as a part of the simulation. You know, Raiden is trying to use real life logic. and the Colonel wants him to use the video game logic that he's been trained for. Because it's quite interesting. Later on, when we find our first weapon, again, you get a very similar call where Raiden is like, what the hell are these weapons doing here? And the Colonel calls him out for his armchair theorizing. But we'll get to that later. Can we get a call about the elevator here?
The elevator seems to be stopped on the upper floor. You'll have to wait for it to come down. You see the node to the east? Access it for now.
Oh, the area code is on the screen there. That's cool. Assuming that is supposed to be like the area code, W08C. It's very similar to how they are coded later on. Here we can enter in some names. We put in Kojima's name. You get his details. For some reason, you can't enter the year on the HD collection. You can on PS2. I just don't know why you can't do it anymore. It's impossible on the HD collection. You can put in Shinkawa's name as well. I think it might be different on the... if you play with substance tags. Yeah. There are a few others. I think if some of them are broken on the HD collection. Sasaki here? Don't think he is. No. Disappointing. I don't think So Toyota is here. Damn. What am I gonna call? What's my code name gonna be? Trouser Snake, Malak. Malak. I don't think I've ever done Malak.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Love the sound
Isn't
here.
there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Okay, now we're just gonna quickly run down to this guy.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
Actually, I meant to move this guy's body earlier.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay on
lookout. Spank him. Lure this guy down. Hopefully he sees that body. Yeah, thank you.
Who's there?
Come on.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the President?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
All right. DRK is here. He's ready to take over. And finally, I can get some rest. This was a pretty long session. I've been streaming for almost 13 hours. Let me save with Rose.
What's up, Jack?
I love you.
And then I'll get this save sent over to DRK.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
All right. Guys, just bear with me while I get this save sent over to DRK. I'm just going to play some tunes for a few minutes while you wait. And then I'll come back to sign off. I'll be right back. Narahiko Hibino, everyone. On the saxophone. Hodakon, thank you very much for the 6. Zenkine, thank you for the 2. Phantom Crusader, thank you for the 6. Mont, thanks for gifting us up to second knot. Faircord, thank you for the 9. Hardcore XBL, thank you for the 4. I think I'm a little bit behind. I'm thanking some of you. Piff with the 3. No, I'm pretty sure I remember thanking you. Vegan Vinny. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Guys, the stream is going to go down for like 10 seconds. And DRK will be right back up, continuing from where we left off with the exact same save. And then I'll be back later, probably to finish off MGS2 and start up MGS3. Don't go anywhere. The stream is going to go down, but it'll be right back up with DRK. I'll see you guys later. Till next time, everyone. Have fun.